Did she log in, Christine? Daniel, it shows waiting for her to join.
Okay, y'all about ready?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay. Oh, they're going to have to wait for our executive session. I just thought about that.
I mean, it's up to you. You can let them go. Just know that when you enter...
Y'all want to go ahead and take the Girl Scouts first?
Yes.
Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Okay, we're talking among ourselves up here. Let me go ahead and open up the meeting. Good evening, and welcome to the City Council meeting of the City of Leon Valley. Today is Tuesday, December the 3rd, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have all counselors present, and we do have a quorum. So, without further ado, I'd like the Girl Scouts to please come forward, and if you would, everyone would stand and y'all would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd greatly appreciate that. Thank you, girls. Whoa, yay, that was the best pledge I've heard in years. Thank you. Very passionate and loud. Thank you, girls. Do appreciate it. All right. If there's no objections from the council, I'd like to move presentation 6.1 next so that the Girl Scouts can present their PowerPoint, because we did have an executive session and that's another 30 minutes, and so we don't want to delay your evening as well. So let me read that. 6.1, presentation, Girl Scouts of South Texas, Megan Beckman, Girl Scout Troop 834 is here this evening to present, and we want to welcome the girls and their troop leaders and their parents. We're so glad you're here, and if you'd like to present, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Megan Beckman, a troop co-leader for Girl Scout Troop 834. I'm honored to introduce these bright young Girl Scouts who are eager to share their experiences and insights with you all tonight. Recently, our troop has been focusing on the importance of civic engagement and understanding how our government works. The girls have all earned their democracy and inside government badges, demonstrating their commitment to learning about the democratic process and the roles of local, state, and federal governments. As part of this learning experience, the girls wanted to put their knowledge into action. They felt it was important to not only understand how our government functions, but also to witness it firsthand and engage with those who serve our community. That is why we are here today. Tonight, they will share fascinating facts about Girl Scouts, including the impressive accomplishments of Girl Scout alumni who have made significant contributions to our society. This presentation is a culmination of their efforts to understand how our government works and how they can actively participate in it. I'm incredibly proud of their hard work, dedication, and passion for making a difference. Please join me in welcoming the amazing girls of Troop 834. We'd like to start our presentation with the Girl Scout Promise and Law. If you are a current or past member of Girl Scouts, please stand and raise your right hand in the Girl Scout sign.
On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law.
Very good.
Okay. I will do my best to be honest and fair, friendly and helpful, considerate and caring, courageous and strong, and responsible for what I say and do, and to respect myself and others, respect authority, use resources wisely, make the world a better place, and be a sister to every Girl Scout.
Excellent. Yes, it's a wonderful, wonderful pledge.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone, we're from Girl Scout Troop 834 and we're here today to talk to you about Girl Scouts.
Our troop has 46 Girl Scouts from kindergarten to 10th grade.
Did you know that lots of women in the United States were Girl Scouts? More than 1 in 3 women were once Girl Scouts, and there are more than 50 million Girl Scout alums.
That's right, and many women in the government were Girl Scouts, like female senators and governors. Every female Secretary of State in U.S. history was a Girl Scout or Girl Guide alum.
Girl Scout alums say that Girl Scouts helped them achieve many great things and taught them to love nature. It also got them interested in business and STEM.
Okay.
Being a Girl Scout helps girls become more courageous, confident, and have good character.
Girl Scouts have been helping girls learn about science, technology, engineering, and math for over 100 years.
When Girl Scouts do STEM activities, they get more interested in STEM and feel more confident about it.
Thank you for listening. We hope you learned a lot about Girl Scouts today.
Thank you all very much. Yes, I know I learned a lot because I didn't know y'all were into STEM. I think that's great.
Thank you again for allowing us to be here today. As a reminder of our friendship, we would like to gift the mayor and council members a swap. A swap is a special whatchamacallits affectionately pinned somewhere. A swap is a small token of friendship that Girl Scouts exchange with one another, and each swap uniquely reflects a fellow Girl Scout, their troop, or a memory of a special event. They're a great way to share stories and get to know Girl Scouts from across the country and the world.
Thank you very much. We will definitely cherish those swaps, I tell you. Thank you, darling. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from my colleagues? Yes, I have a comment from Mayor Pro Tem Philip Campos, my colleague.
Well, I just want to recognize and thank you all for coming this evening. I know it's very scary to come up to the podium, but I'm looking forward to all of you one day being a future leader in whatever you decide to do. So thank you again, parents. Congratulations. Great job for these young ladies. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for being here. We really appreciate it. I think Mr. Campos said it as well. So, and we want to wish you a very merry Christmas and happy holidays and happy Hanukkah, and be safe,
Yeah.
and a good New Year as well.
One more tiny thing. If
Oh,
that's
you do?
okay.
One
Okay,
more tiny
so
thing.
We'd like
Okay.
to close out our presentation with a friendship circle, which is how we end every meeting. The friendship circle represents the unbroken chain of friendship among Girl Scouts and Girl Guides around the world. Right over left. Okay.
Are y'all going to sing "Make New Friends"? All right, I remember that from from my daughter. I love that song. New friends keep the old. One is silver and the other's gold. A circle is round, it has no end. That's how long I want to be your friend. Woo, all right. That was a great way. Thank y'all so much. You've really brightened our meeting, and we appreciate everything you've shared with us this evening. Again, thank you again for being here. We greatly appreciate it. Have a happy holiday, and again, be very safe. And we'll hope to see you in soon. If there's anything we can do, don't hesitate to contact us. All righty. You bet. All right, great. Thank y'all. Good job. All right. Thank you, Council, for allowing them to go next. All right, and we'll let them go by and see our tree lighting at the library, please. I think you'll really love it. It'll continue to keep you in the holiday spirit. All right, and then we'll let other people come in from the foyer. All right. Okay, so for those of you that are coming in semi-late, I'm sure you were there on time, but we had the Girl Scouts here. We decided to let them go first because of the schedule. And so we are now going back to agenda item number 2, which is an executive session. And we need to go in to discuss the Tiger contract, and then we'll be back within 30 minutes. So let me go ahead and read agenda item 2. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with counsel on legal matters to receive legal advice regarding the contract between Tiger Sanitation and the City of Leon Valley. And it's approximately 10 minutes after 6, and we will move into executive session and meet with our city attorney online. So we'll stand in recess until we get back. Thank you all very much.
like the actual CD? Or the DVD? I'll bring it to you tomorrow. I don't know if anybody owns a DVD player anymore, but I still have some DVDs at home. Yeah, probably.
Good to see you again. It's good to see you. Don't forget your face. Love it.
What they did, I do not.
It was fun. It was a hike.
Chris told me.
It was a workout.
Yes.
Right in the corner of that building.
Graduates. Uncle Mike. Not mine, Uncle Mike. You know what? The rat. I kind of love it. It works out for you. Expenses the movement. Personal car or business car? Business car.
All right. All right. Mr. Martinez, we're back in executive session. If you'll have a seat at 6:31. And we'll go to citizens to be heard, and then we'll talk on agenda 5, the action that we're going to be taking. Okay, so citizens to be heard is next. Ms. Chasen, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor,
Here.
Council. I just want to thank Public Works for doing a beautiful display this year
Every
for the
year,
tree
but,
lighting.
yeah.
But this year was,
You think it was,
with the blow up and the extra
Oh,
things they
yeah.
keep adding, it was wonderful. And also to the police department for walking around and mingling with the people that were there. It was the way it should be done. So, thank you.
good. Those are nice comments. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Mr. Power, you're next. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Drew Power from Canterfield. I just wanted to give a shout out to our police chief and his amazing police force. Unfortunately, Friday night, I had to use them.
Oh, no.
I was in a small accident over at Ancira, and even though I knew there was nothing they could do, I did need a police report for my insurance company, and it was less than 15 minutes from the time I got done with the Bexar County dispatcher to the time 2 officers showed up. They were polite, they were courteous, they listened to me explain. I know that there was nothing they could do. I just needed them to be courteous and generous with their time, and it just did me proud to be a member of Leon Valley and have Officer Hernandez and his partner on our force.
That's great. Thank you for
Thank
those compliments. We appreciate that. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to agenda item number 5, and I'd like to ask the council if we could just go ahead and take action on 10.1 on our agenda because it fits with the Tiger contract. And let me go ahead and read that, and our city manager will be presenting. Agenda item 10.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Tiger Sanitation for solid waste services. And we have Dr. Crystal Caldera, our city manager, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's very rare that I have to raise the podium. Okay. So the Tiger, just kind of going over the Tiger contract with y'all. So we did, just a little bit of background, we did receive 4 proposals. The city council had a committee go through those proposals. The committee recommended Tiger Sanitation. The council also asked for us to go back to Tiger and ask how much it would be for a one-time household hazardous waste. And it's roughly about $31,000 if the council so chooses. Per discussion, it looks like the council's going to budget an amount for household hazardous waste in the upcoming budget, or we'll look at getting a grant or a budget adjustment. So we will not be including that as part of the Tiger contract. The option that the council will be selecting will be option 2. And so it is 1 time a week residential, 2 time a year brush pickup, I'm trying to think where I'm at. Oh, the $2,500 for the city of Leon Valley Earthwise Living donation, $2,500 for the 4th of July, neighborhood revitalization program, the Big Rig Petting Zoo, and National Night Out participation. We do get a franchise fee in the amount of 4%, which is average of $4,000 roughly a month. And this is council discretion. The things that did come up in the contract as per discussion was like 4 families. It was 4 families, not 4 individuals. The council seemed to be okay with that, as well as a cap on the CPI, and the council has agreed to what has been recommended at 4. So does the council have any questions for me this evening? Or for Tiger Sanitation, they are also here this evening.
Okay, I'll ask my colleagues, do you have any further questions? All right.
The contract
the
will be
umbrella?
available via open records request if
Okay,
anybody
and
would
then
like to
the
see.
umbrella policy, we did talk about that?
Yes, and so the council in executive session has recommended a $2 million umbrella policy.
Right. Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this contract as presented with the exception, with the change to the insurance to the 2 million umbrella policy to include it.
Right. Thank you. We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the contract agreement with Tiger Sanitation as presented with the addition of the $2 million umbrella policy. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to another 5 years with Tiger, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. All righty. And hope you have a very, very happy holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. All right. Take care. All right. All right. So then we will move back to presentation 6.2. Presentation discussion. Oh, I see Dr. Caldera is going to be here, so let me wait for her to get back in. Okay. All right. All right, Dr. Caldera, we're going to 6.2, presentation discussion on the Homeless Outreach Coordinated Pilot Program with Haven for Hope. And we have Dr. Crystal Caldera, City Manager here, and we have Alberto Gonzalez from the Haven for Hope. So we're so glad you're here. Oh, I wasn't sure who was going to present.
Oh, I'm going to go ahead and just turn it over to him. He has all the information. And
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and move
Thank
forward.
you. I appreciate it.
Hi, good evening,
Yes,
Mayor and
good
Council.
evening.
My name is Alberto Rodriguez. I'm the Vice President of Operations at Haven for Hope. I'm honored and thankful to be here today to present to you about Haven for Hope, an amazing pilot that we started back in July with the City of Leon Valley, which is our outreach efforts here in the city. And I have a lot of information to share with you as far as the successes we have had in the last 3 months. And we're excited about what the future holds for our collaboration here together. I don't have a...
Oh, I brought it with me.
So we have two options for Haven clients that are presenting to Haven to choose from as far as two different shelter options, right? We have our traditional shelter, which is called our North Campus Shelter, which offers traditional residential living. We have options for males, women, families with minor children. Our average length of stay in that program, it's about 4 months. And they do have some eligibility requirements that they need to meet, being that they do have to be a resident of Bexar County for at least 9 months. That is because we want to, of course, help our county residents first as they are needing this assistance. And then they have to engage with the housing and income plan. The second option, which is an option that is very popular amongst our individuals that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, that are kind of at the cusp of whether they want to receive shelter services or not just yet, is our South Campus. Our South Campus is our low barrier shelter program, which is the space for men and women to be able to come in and receive shelter services. It is indoor year-round sleeping, so they do get to sleep indoors throughout the entire year. We don't ask anyone to leave at any time during the day, but of course we do pick up the places where they're sleeping at because they do serve as our cafeteria, so we need to pick up that and provide services, provide 3 hot meals a day. We have a lot of the services also available to them as far as housing and income building, development of skills and training and all of that. But those services are available on a first-come, first-served basis through a walk-in process through our resource center. So while the model is a little different as far as not having a case manager assigned as our traditional shelter program, the opportunities are there for those clients, with the biggest difference being that because it is a low barrier shelter program, they do not need to have an ID and they do not need to be sober to be able to receive those services. So if they are under the influence or if there's untreated or undiagnosed mental health, right, that is a place for them to be able to come off the streets, receive those shelter services while they're receiving that safety and starting to receive those services and become comfortable in where they're at, then we can start engaging them and being able to start receiving those additional services with the end goal of that being into housing. Our overview of our Haven services that we offer, and I won't go through the entire list because it is an extensive list. It's income skills, we have counseling, we have a kennel for individuals with dogs and cats to be able to come in. We have 2 designated programs for our low barrier shelter option, which is an unsheltered placement program for men. That is for, again, all of our unsheltered clients to be able to come in directly into a dorm setting as well through our low barrier program and then the direct referral program. We have specialized case management for veterans, young adults, couples, elderly, families with minor children as well as a jail outreach program that assists and helps individuals that have just experience with the judicial system in our city and county as well. The work that we do at Haven, we can't do alone. So we do have 89 partner agencies that provide services on our campus as well. So this is one of the magic components of what makes Haven so special is when they do come to Haven, the doors are wide open to 89 other agencies that can provide those services to individuals that are walking through our doors too. So instead of having to drive across the community and across the city to go get an ID and then go get their birth certificate or go get their social security card, apply for food stamps, right? They're able to do all of that within the same area. So that is through our transformational campus and our resource center as well. So that's kind of the magic component as to what makes Haven so successful. It's the one-stop shop approach of being able to receive all of the services that you need while you're at Haven. We'll get into the exciting part. We started our partnership with the City of Leon Valley back in July, and we just expanded into Live Oak as well back in October of this year. So we have plans to expand into Helotes and Somerset as well, hopefully at the beginning of the year, and that's just part of our Bexar County outreach pilot. Year to date, and let me look at my cheat sheet here. Year to date, we have served 174 individuals through the last 4 months here, or the last 3 months within Leon Valley and Live Oak, with the majority, of course, being through Leon Valley. One of the main things that I'm super excited, and my team from our outreach team is here as well, is the number of successes we've had in the last 3 months. We've been able to transition 33 individuals from Leon Valley into an appropriate housing intervention, whether that be shelter, family reunification with friends or other individuals, or into their own housing. That is a huge success. It is 45% of the individuals that have exited our outreach program transitioning into a positive housing destination. That is unheard of in our community. Usually national average is about 15 to 20% of individuals that are engaging with an outreach team transition into a positive household
And what do you
destination.
contribute that to?
I think a lot of it has to do with the services that we offer at Haven for Hope and the specialty of our outreach team. They have lived experience as well. They're able to talk to individuals. They don't give up on our individuals that are needing our support. And this is what makes me excited about the continued partnership. Although these successes were the first 3 months, now the hard work and the real work starts of that continued engagement, right? We know on average it takes us 7 to 9 visits for an individual to be able to start trusting someone. So the individuals that haven't yet chosen shelter or haven't yet made the decision that they want to engage with something, right? That is where our team continues to have those conversations, continue to check in on them as winter approaches, right? Have that warm coat available for them, have that water, have those emergency supplies, so that one day when they're ready to say yes, they're able to take them into shelter too.
Thank you.
Technical difficulties.
There we go.
Okay. As part of our funding, Leon Valley contributed $40,000 to this pilot. Year to date, we have a balance of $26,000 in that budget, and most of that expense has gone to salary expenses. So we are supplementing our expenses as far as supplies and everything else through other funding that we have through Haven for Hope. And then the Bexar County also provided $110,000, which is the reason why we're expanding into the 3 other cities as well, with a balance on that of $97,000 still. Again, it's early on. We've only been going for about 3 months. The fiscal year just started in October, so we do hope to be able to see some additional movement in clients choosing shelter, as well as expenses as winter comes for coats and blankets and things like that we'll need to provide to ensure that they're staying safe and they're staying warm, as we do expect some cold fronts to hit. Just some basic demographic information, and I won't bore you too much with the details, but the majority of individuals we're engaging are men, so 60% men, 40% women. That is year to date as of October. The age range, 31% being ages 35 to 44, 27% 25 to 34, and then 19% 45 to 54. So anywhere between 25 to 54 is the majority of the population of individuals that we're engaging here in Leon Valley. Again, race, as we can expect, white non-Hispanic, 52%, 10% Hispanic, 25% more than one race has been selected, and then 13% African American individuals. And then last but not least, our causes of homelessness, which is something that we wanted to be able to share with Leon Valley as far as what we're seeing out there and what are the reasons individuals are experiencing homelessness. Mental health being 6 of the responses from the individuals. Substance use were responded by 7 individuals. 3 individuals responded as unemployment and job loss as a reason for homelessness. The big one, which is no surprise, is eviction and couldn't afford their rent, with 32 individuals sharing that is the main reason that they're experiencing homelessness. And I have my contact information there. I do have business cards. I'll stay till the end so we can engage.
Yes.
Our team will stay here too if you have any questions for us.
Yes,
but if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to.
Yes, so let's open it up to questions from my colleagues. Yes, I have some other questions, but I would like to ask Mr. Orozco if he would like to start.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for showing up here.
And would you also introduce your team, because y'all might recognize one of them.
Sure. So
yes, there's a connection to our fire chief. There we go.
So we have Christopher Nodden, who is our outreach manager.
Thank you.
We have Jamie, who is our outreach specialist.
Okay.
And Felicia, who is our outreach specialist as well.
Thank you.
So you will see them too throughout the city of Leon Valley, engaging with individuals. They are our 2 outreach workers that are assigned to this area.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I just wanted to recognize you, and thank you so much for your hard efforts. We greatly appreciate it. All right, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank all of you, not just Mr. Rodriguez. You had mentioned, I saw in your presentation, that you have an outreach for veterans as well.
Yes.
Now, I know that the Department of Veteran Affairs has a homeless outreach program. Do you work closely with them?
Okay.
And once you identify a veteran that's homeless, what are your next steps after that?
So yes, so we work closely with all veteran organizations within our community. We have specialized case management of individuals that also are veterans themselves that engage with all veterans coming in through Haven for Hope or engaging through our outreach team. So the first step is to identify, some individuals identify as veterans, so making sure that we have that designation, making sure that we have appropriate letters to make sure if they're benefit eligible or benefit connected, we can start getting them connected to those benefits. And then the sky's the limit with what resources they're able to receive. And then it becomes client choice, right? Are they willing to go to the American GI Forum and receive those services there? Do they want to connect with Endeavors? Do they want to connect with other agencies? And then we have a grant per diem program as well through Haven for Hope, which offers additional shelter spaces for just veterans to be able to be within their own area that has additional requirements as well for them.
Do you work with the social workers at Ariel Murphy Veterans Hospital?
They do, yes.
Yeah. And how is that working out?
It's going great. Again, we have partnerships through our case management team as well as our intake team. if they identify a veteran that is experiencing homelessness that was at their hospital that's also needing shelter after discharge, they connect directly with our intake department and we facilitate that transition.
Because you know that they will come and pick up the veteran where, if they need be.
Correct, yes. And we have a designated parking space for them to be able to come in and pick up at Haven.
Well, I think you're doing a fantastic job. I had an opportunity to work with homeless veterans when I worked at the VA hospital. I worked there for 37 years. And as frustrating as it can be to try to help, at least you're there to try and help. And I thank you so much for putting your time in for this.
Very good. Good questions. Anyone over there? Yes, Ms. Heil, Councilor Heil.
You're doing an amazing job. Thank you. We see so many homeless people on the street, and there's nothing we can do. And you had said, how do you find homeless people? You know where they're living?
So it's a lot of trial and error, and my team can testify to that. It is a lot of just walking around, right? Usually it's a lot of word of mouth too. So as they're engaging with individuals, they ask who else might be around that may be needing services. Of course, there are some individuals that just don't want to talk just yet, right? So that engagement piece of they carry sandwiches, they carry snacks to be able to provide that kind of starts off that first piece and that first connection of, we're not even going to talk shelter the first time. We just want to make sure you're okay and you're safe. But next time, we're going to have some questions. We're going to ask some details about why you're here and what we can do to support. So it is a lot of trial and error, a lot of communication, a lot of just going around, a lot of partnership as well with just local PD to make sure that if they're receiving reports of individuals out there that we're going out and engaging, as well as the community kind of, calling Haven for Hope, letting us know, I saw this individual out here, can you come and engage? And we have a ticketing system as well in place to be able to report those incidents that our team will then respond to and go and engage as well.
Now, you also said that do you take donations for blankets and clothes and those kind of things?
Absolutely. So we have a warehouse at Haven for Hope. We accept all type of donations, gently used items, right, as well as clothing, coats. As we're cleaning our closets to get ready for this winter season, if the coat no longer fits us, right, we need them at Haven. We provide all of those donations for free to all of our clients that are enrolled, as well as all of our outreach clients as well.
And where do we drop off donations?
We have a donation warehouse, so it's right on Haven for Hope Way. There's a drive-through. Someone will come down and pick the bags out of your car as well. So it's just a simple process. You just drive on up. They have a text receipt for you ready if you want one too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Okay, it was just mentioned briefly about drugs. So are you working to prevent the people you're helping from using drugs, or do they have to be clean for them to have your help?
Absolutely. So that's always the goal, right? The goal is to always ask individuals to stop using substances if that is something that they struggle with. And that is where having the two options to Haven for Hope campus is important for us. North Campus, which is our traditional shelter component where we do have minor children, we do request that they pass a urine analysis test at intake, meaning that they have to be sober. But we also understand that the road to recovery has many bumps, and sometimes we fall off that road, and that's okay. So our case management has conversations with individuals to say, are you safe, and how can we get you back onto that road? If that doesn't happen, right, then that is where we have our low-barrier option, which is our courtyard, to be able to have individuals that are actively using. Because we do have the low barrier portion of our campus, our life safety team, which is our security team, carry Narcan with them to be able to reverse those overdoses if they do happen on our campus. And I encourage individuals that are experiencing homelessness to come into the courtyard, right? It's a safe place for you to be. You can't bring in your drugs, you can't bring in drug paraphernalia, right? So that we do have those safety requirements. But if you're actively using, come in to Haven. We have staff, we have people that can care for you, because if you do have a medical crisis outside on the street, right, the odds are that you're going to be found or someone's going to call for help are slim to none. So if you're using, come to Haven, where we will then, right, with engagement and continued hope that you would engage with those services and then make that decision to transform and join the recovery program and process.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Campos.
I want to thank you for coming in. Thank all three of you for your work that you've helped us in our community. I was very interested in the graphic that you had toward the end that showed, the causes, and so I was kind of curious when you had I think, a large number with rent and eviction.
That's a large number.
When you've talked to them, did they originate from our little community, or are they just coming from all over? What did you find out there?
I don't want to speak for the team, but I think from what we've heard, right, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of individuals that have lived here and were evicted, and we found them. Those individuals usually, if they're experiencing first-time homeless or recent homelessness, are more agreeable to shelter right then and there. Some individuals, much like anywhere else in our city, right, they kind of move along as they need to avoid areas or just avoid other people as well as our population increases as well too. So I would say it's about half and half as far as engagement and what they see out there.
And when you've labeled the north side campus, south side campus, is it appropriate to identify where they're located in public? I noticed that you didn't give a location, it's just north and south.
So yeah, north and south campus, that's just new terms that we've started using to be able to identify our two different sections, because it's two campus within one same campus, but they're all located at the One Haven for Hope address.
Oh, I see.
So it's one large campus in Haven for Hope, which is just west of downtown.
Yes.
Right by Brady Green, 22 acres, but we do have two components to our sheltering system, but it's all within the same compounds of our safety net and within our fences. It's just the two different names that we use now.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. Okay. Thank you for all your hard work.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you to the team. But I also want to thank my colleagues for setting aside the money to see if this pilot program would even make it or, make a difference. And I think we can see that it is making a difference. And thank you so much for the efforts. How many clients do you serve at Haven for Hope? I believe that y'all are at capacity, is my understanding.
We've been over capacity for about 24 months now. Our capacity is normally about 1,450. We're serving anywhere between 1,650 to 1,700 individuals every single night now.
Right. Okay. And then I know citizens ask me all the time, Mayor, I want to do something for the homeless. What can I do? And I think Councilor Heil just hit the nail on the head. We can donate. But is there anything else our citizens can do? We can donate blankets and clothes and whatnot.
I always say time and treasure, right? If you can't donate money or you can't donate items, donate your time. So we always need volunteers. It's a 22-acre campus.
Okay.
We have over 500 volunteers that come in and provide services, from helping us with grounds and maintenance to painting projects to reading for children, creating hygiene packs, sorting clothing in our warehouse. There's always something that can be done there too if you don't have the monetary needs to donate. Donating your time is equally as valuable to us as well.
And then lastly, did y'all participated in the point-to-point last year, right?
Point in time, yes, ma'am.
Point in time, right? I said point-to-point, point in time. Okay, that is where it's a nationwide count, isn't it? It's on January 28th, 2025, next year. And there's 3 times, and I just want to encourage, I volunteered last year, and it was like a mind-blowing experience because, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I thought that if we're going to commit ourselves to helping the homeless, I ought to see it firsthand. And Judge Sakai was there, Mayor Nuremberg was there. You got all the elected, and they all go out to meet and see, the unsheltered on the streets. But it was just, I went with another neighbor of mine, but he can't do it this year, so I'm looking for somebody to go with me. Anyway, but we went with another two women who'd had a lot of experience. But what's really neat is there is a SAFE officer, S-A-F-E, is that right? Yes. Officer that goes with us. And so all we did was drive down the street, and we'd see homeless, and we'd get out, and it's all on your phone, and you ask them questions, and it was just, you know, they don't want to be there. And it's like you said, all those conditions that led them to the streets. And some of them would say, yes, I have a drug addiction problem. But some said, I can't get papers. I can't get my birth certificate. I can't get a job because I don't. So I just appreciate your efforts to help, you know, people from all walks of life to get back into shelter. Anyway, so just wanted to, that's another way you can help is to the point in time. And they're giving 3 times this year, or next year, they're giving 3 times.
We have the evening count and then the late night count, and then the following morning is usually for our outreach staff or staff that work with our homeless response system, which is the encampment count.
Right.
And as you mentioned, the count is nationwide, and it's important for our community because it also gives us an opportunity to see what services individuals that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness are needing to be able to start addressing some of those barriers too, if it's not shelter that they're interested right then and there too.
Exactly. But that's what they need ultimately is that shelter.
Absolutely.
So anyway, okay. Anything? Yes, Councilor Heil.
You know, the other thing that happens, a lot of times when we see homeless people, we look the other way, and it's so wrong. And that's something my daughter reminded me. I told her I had seen a homeless person, and she said, did you look away or did you say hello? And she's right. And the other thing, my husband's missing a lot of socks out of his drawer because these people don't have socks. And so I drop socks off. I have socks in my car. And he goes in, he says, I don't have any socks. And I go, darn, wonder what happened to him.
That is one of the most needed items, particularly during winter.
Well, it's heartbreaking to see somebody in the cold with bare feet. I can't take it. I have socks in my car. So if anybody needs any.
Well, and I would just add that point in time, I think it was from 6 o'clock in the evening, and I think I was home by 10 p.m. So it's about 3 to 4 hours. It's not, and it's not that long of a time to give back. So
right, and Close to Home has all of that.
And Close to Home,
on the
yes, is the one that sponsors it. Yes.
Yearly for us. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think. Oh, yes. If you have a question or comment, I'm so sorry. If anyone else in our chambers, Tina.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for everything, and thank the city for partnering in this position with Judge Sakai. I was just wondering, is it out of the realm of possibility, since your campus is around North Frio, okay, and we have an aging community, I don't drive all that much anymore, would it be possible if we could have a donation box or station put up at the fire department someplace to where the citizens could donate? Okay, no.
She's saying no.
The reason for that is because people just come dump all kinds of stuff. We used to have 2 donation stations here, and they were too much work for our staff. People just come and use them as trash bins. We had them for about 5 years. We had one at the fire station and we had one at the library. And it just was too much for our staff. Public Works, I mean, we had sofa. I mean, it was a mess. And so we no longer do the donation stations anymore because of that. The fire department does do blessing boxes. And so if you have food or blankets, you can donate them to the fire department, and Haven for Hope is one of the locations they do drop stuff off at. But those boxes help Leon Valley residents. And they drop food off at the food bank as well. So if you would like that kind of donation, the fire department does have accepted.
But I'll just offer, I mean, if you have something that you want to the Haven for Hope, just give it to me and I'll take it down because I work downtown. So it's right on my way.
The chief is going to come do a plug-in for our blessing
He's going to
boxes.
come. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, sir. Chief Nunn.
No, if somebody has something specific that they want to get to Haven, I'm not stealing your thunder, but, you know, when you say gently used, you know, if you have something new that's in wrapping and feel really compelled, you can bring it to me at the fire station, and I will take it to Haven.
Okay, between you and me.
But contaminated stuff, things that are dirty.
No.
We do have problems with the blessing box. I heard what the city manager said. We have people dumping all kind of things in there that end up going in the trash. But if a group wants to get together and bring clean wrapped stuff and bring it to me,
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you for that
I'm
offer.
there almost every week, so I can get it down. I can get it to Chris. And just
Okay.
one more quick comment. When we talk about these guys being out in our city, I just want to tell you something that happened.
Okay.
A month ago, 2 months ago, we got dispatched for a wreck at Seneca and Bandera. 2, 3 cars, I don't know what it was. One guy was hurt fairly significantly. He had a significant wound on his hand. It was bleeding excessively. And we got there, and it was wrapped up in a towel, and the guy's hands above his head trying to stop the bleeding. It's like, the guy's a Boy Scout. These two were the ones that did it.
Aw.
They just pulled over and stopped of their own free will. Guy had a significant injury to his hand. And
Thank you.
they fixed it. And I just happened up on it, and they stopped. So when they're in our community, they're actually in our community.
That's
So
beautiful. Thank you.
They weren't scared to stop. So.
All right. Very good. Yes, thank you. All righty. Well, great news, great report, and we thank you so much. And we look forward to continued relationship, and I'll see you at the point in time as well. All righty. And happy holiday to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Y'all are fantastic. All righty. Great. Thank you. All right. All right. So we're going to move to the announcements by the mayor and council. Well, before I start my announcements, you know, we've had so many birthdays this month, but we've got another birthday coming up, and that's Councilor Ray Orozco on December 14th. So you're going to love this cake. It's let me show everybody. It's with strawberries and whipped cream. So enjoy. Let's sing happy birthday. That's yes, to Mr. Orozco.
Want to tell it's her birthday
Happy
today?
Hey, and the mayor.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear counselor. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Yes, all right, you bet. Thank you. All right. And it's burnt orange. Yes, hook 'em horns. Can you tell? He loved that he won on Saturday. This is the A&M man, and this is the UT man. Okay, yes,
I'd like to recognize, there's another Aggie in the audience from SAWS. He was a former student Aggie band member right there in the corner. So, yeah, we're looking at each other,
All right.
rolling our eyes.
All right. Wonderful. Okay. Very good. Just a few other things. I want to, I think, Tina, you said it. Thank you to the fantastic show last night, the lighting. Crystal Miranda and the entire Leon Valley staff for their efforts, including the police and the fire and the public works with Melinda and Dave Demline and the city manager. I love the twirlers, but I really thought the San Antonio Choral Society, did you hear that 4-part harmony, a cappella? I mean, that was awesome. So very, very classy is what I told Crystal today. So I do want to say that they did give a flyer, and the San Antonio Choral Society is having a concert on December 15th, 2024, 3 p.m. at Oblate Chapel on Oblate Drive. Tickets are $5, $15, and $18. And join the San Antonio Choral Society for a celebration of global holiday traditions with this festive concert. Experience the warmth and spirit of Christmas with music from Mexico, Ireland, Germany, Africa, and more. So I just wanted to share that with y'all. And then, of course, you see that on our coming up this Friday, we have the movie in the grassy knoll area in front of the conference center, The Grinch. It's free. Bring your children. And then on Saturday, December 7th, from 8 to 10:30, is our annual Breakfast with Santa and silent auction in the community center. And then also, there was a correction, and I just wanted everybody to note that on the city manager's report, it said filing for a place on the May 4th, 2024 city council is, and it should be May 3rd, 2025. General election for council place 1, 3, and 5 begin Wednesday, January 15th through Friday, February 14th. So that's a correction. I just wanted everybody to know that we do have an election coming up next May. And then last but not least, I wanted to thank our police and fire department and ask for our citizens to support our Blue Santa effort. I think you saw Blue Santa last night, Officer Mandry. You can buy the mug, as Councilor Orozco showed us last time, or donate a toy or donate money for a needy family. So that's it that I have. I don't know if anyone else has a, yes, Councilor Campos has another announcement as well.
Again, I just want to point out, as we have Ms. Chasen, about the beautiful light display in the work that Public Works did, as well as your entire staff, Crystal Miranda running the show and having all the things lined up for the entire evening. So thank all your staff, please. I just wanted to point out that our Leon Valley, we got a report internally. Our Leon Valley Police Department went through compliance of their property room, and they were at 100% with all the items being accounted for, including narcotics, guns, and about 200 other items. And I just wanted to recognize Erica Farias for managing that property room. Great job. Also, the Channing Joy Foundation communications boards have now been installed in the parks, and that will help our children that have some special need, maybe autistic or whatever need it is. And then I wanted to point out that our Leon Valley Fire Department is willing to help any resident to change their smoke detector batteries if they need some special assistance.
Free of charge.
And then finally, I just wanted to recognize there's a Bexar County REAP utility assistance programs that is available for our citizens who are listening, not only here but online. So it's a utility assistance program put on for Bexar County. So just wanted to point those things out for our citizens.
Lots of information tonight. I tell you, it's great. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Well, I just want to again, like everybody's mentioned, say thanks to our Public Works and our staff for especially the lighting, but also drive around our city. I can't believe it. A lot of houses are really decorating themselves really fancy, and there's one on Ruth Sophie from Seneca. If you go south, there's a house that's got really nice decorations, and there's one right there at the corner of Ruth Sophie and Red Jacket. But a lot of our residents are taking pride in their houses for Christmas, and I thank them for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else? Yes,
Thank you,
Councilor
Mayor.
Orozco.
I also want to wish my wife a happy birthday. It's her birthday next week.
Okay.
We're both Sagittarius, so that's maybe how we get along. Also, I want to thank my sister in Santa Maria, California. I just got a text that they finally tallied the votes, and she's going to be a city council person for Santa Maria. Yes, she was going against a very strong incumbent. I gave her some advice a little bit. She took it up from there, and she won. So congratulations to my sister, Ms. Flores. And also, congratulations to my Texas Longhorns. And, you know, I'm going to dig this to my colleague right here. I want to thank him for his sportsmanship. He came yesterday, and he conceded. I got bragging rights for 1 year, and I'm going to definitely take advantage of it. So, and it's not, I don't wear this just because of that, but it's cold in here. Yeah. But,
time I've seen you wear that, though.
well, hopefully they'll
my hat?
well, yeah, well, no, hopefully your team will win as well, and we can play in the playoffs.
Yeah, that would be good.
Congratulations to your team. They made the Big 12 championship. So I think y'all play Saturday. Well, I won't steal your thunder, but again, great job with the lights yesterday. Nothing but positive feedback from the people that I talked to. And thank you.
You betcha. Thank you. All right. Is that it? All right, so then we move then to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera, what would you like to add?
Sure. So the city manager's report is outside online, and I emailed it to y'all earlier this morning. Again, I would like to publicly thank the staff. They always make us look really well, and so they did a wonderful job last night. Our staff is holding a luncheon, so City Hall will be closed from 11 to 1 tomorrow. And so it's just a short time. We put signs on the door, but we'll be hosting our holiday luncheon.
That here?
No, we do it at the conference center.
The conference center, okay.
And then y'all will be receiving an email on our staff doors. So if you've walked around City Hall, you'll see the staff decorated their doors for Christmas. If you could please vote for one of the staff doors when Crystal Miranda sends you that email, I'd really appreciate it. It's also online. People are voting on Facebook as well. And that concludes my city manager's report.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, we move to the consent agenda. Is there any counselor who would like to remove consent agenda item 9.1 through 9.5 for discussion? And if not, may I have a motion and second to approve? All right, we have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda items 9.1 through 9.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. We move then to regular agenda 10.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action of a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with the San Antonio Water System, SAWS, for wholesale sewer service. And we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present.
Mayor, just a
Yes.
point. Counselor Campos has to step out for this item since it's a direct contract between the City of Leon Valley and SAWS, and so he has stepped out. So I just want to note that for the
Thank you, I
record.
appreciate it. He is going to be retiring at the end of the year, so
I think
this will
he told
probably
me
be the last
17
time.
days.
Yeah, this will be the last time he has to step out. Okay, thank you, and welcome. We're so glad to see you, Melinda.
Thank you, Mayor and
Yes.
Council. In case I forget later, y'all have a great Christmas because I won't be at the next council meeting. So I
Okay.
hope everybody has a great holiday.
Okay, very good, thank you. Same to you.
So this is to consider approval of a resolution which would authorize the city manager to enter into a 10-year contract with San Antonio Water System for the transporting, processing, and treatment of the city's wastewater. We had a contract with them, expired in 2018. Nobody noticed for a couple of years, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And after COVID hit, everything got put on hold for a while, and so this is now finally coming to fruition.
Okay.
The city owns all the sewer mains within the city limits. However, the wastewater has to go somewhere, so it travels through our mains to our city limit and then gets transported via the SAWS mains to the treatment plants for processing. The contract highlights, contract terms are for 10 years with 3 5-year renewal options, which is how I think the last contract got overlooked, was because it just kept extending and they thought it was evergreen and it wasn't. The contract also requires the city inspect and clean the mains every 5 years and smoke test every 2 years. And that's kind of new. That wasn't in our last contract. The good news is we are cleaning our sewer mains and videotaping them as we speak.
What's the smoke test?
They run smoke through the main to see if there's leaks coming up anywhere.
Oh, okay, so then it would.
Because it'll
it would
rise.
go- Okay, very good, thank you.
It
Didn't
also
know.
requires the city report any failures in our system within 24 hours of discovery. It requires the city to collect dental amalgam one-time compliance reports.
Now, you're going to have to explain that too, Melinda. I mean, is that something special?
I've never collected one before, so
okay,
we'll have to,
what-
it's new to us too.
Okay, maybe the SAWS people can tell us what dental amalgam one-time is. Okay, go ahead.
It gives SAWS the right to inspect our sewer mains and the flows, and then test the effluent, collect the data, and make compliance determinations. The rates are to be the same as we have been paying so far, but it does allow SAWS to raise the rates as they are authorized by the City of San Antonio. SAWS would have to notify the city of a rate increase at least 30 days prior, and we did ask them to revise the contract to give us a 60-day notice because of our two-read ordinance requirements through our city
so
charter.
60 days instead of 30. Okay.
As far as fiscal impact, the rates remain the same. Last year, let's see here, we paid SAWS
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
$1.759 million. We collect in revenue about $2.5 million, so we typically have about a $769,000 net after we've paid for stuff. And that goes to pay for our employees and our equipment supplies that we need to take care of our sewer system, our mains.
Okay.
Okay. I do have Mr. Beck and Ms. Martinez here from San Antonio Water System, if anybody has any questions for them. We are still negotiating a little part of the contract, and that's for putting in sewer monitoring meters. Last contract didn't have that. If we had to put them in, that would be at the city's expense, and so we're still talking to them about just using consumption records instead of having the sewer meter monitoring.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Right. Very good. Thank you. Would y'all like to come up and introduce yourselves from SAWS? And then I just wanted to know about that dental thing. You did tell us about the monetary. And even though SAWS, I know, takes all the wastewater, waste treatment from the, and we own all the mains, even though we have a third of our residents on our
SAWS water.
SAWS water, exactly. Okay, so that's different from the sewer. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, come on up. And how are y'all doing? Okay, fine. And your name is?
My name is Christine Martinez. I work on within the SAWS organization.
Okay.
I represent the customer service side, so more the lines of the customer billing.
Okay.
My name is Kevin Beck. I'm the budget manager, so I represent the finance side from the SAWS.
Okay, all right. So I just had that question about dental amalgamant. What is that?
I'm not an expert in that area. I'll be forthcoming with y'all. Okay, we can find out that information. And really, it sounds like testing regarding certain material, chemical that's in the water that we have to monitor.
Oh, from a dentist office.
Yes, but I
Okay.
have not, keep in mind that dentists have certain products that will go into
Okay.
the systems, and we need to maintain what is in the system, right?
Okay.
And keep a record of it, so I apologize for that.
Okay. Yes, Counselor. Okay, Counselor Bradshaw,
I have
enlighten
several
us.
friends that are dentists.
Okay.
But the amalgam is what they use for the fillings.
Okay.
And so I'm guessing that it's testing to make sure they're not throwing this amalgam material into the
Okay.
sewage.
Certain levels that are being maintained.
Yeah, that's just,
Okay.
would be
Okay.
my guess.
All right, very good. All right. Oh, that was my question, and also I wanted to know about the money, and you addressed that, Melinda. So thank you for that. Anyone else have a question on the dais or from our chambers?
Well,
Yes, Councilor
can we
Martinez.
approve this if there's one
Yes, we
change?
can.
So you're going to approve it contingent on the city negotiating the
60 days.
Sewer.
16 sewer
The
meter.
sewer
reading.
monitoring
Yes.
meters? Is
Yeah,
that
so,
it? Yeah.
so we don't have to keep bringing it back to you, and this contract's been back and forth for quite a while, and so I would like to just, we don't really have a choice on who our provider is for wholesale water, so.
Right.
It's a pretty standard contract, and it hasn't changed very much.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions or comments? If not, then I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Martinez.
I make a motion, we accept this with the provision of the 60-day instead of the 30-day.
Second.
And
the sewer
it's
monitoring.
The sewer monitoring.
And the sewer monitoring.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with SAWS for the wholesale sewer service, increasing the notification to 60 days rather than 30, and adding a provision to negotiate the sewer monitoring meters. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you all very much. We really appreciate you being here this evening, and happy holidays. Be safe. Take care. All right. We can ask Mr. Campos to come on back in. Okay, agenda 10.3. Mr. Martinez, did you have?
Why don't you read it, Mayor, and then...
I'll read it, and then, 10.3, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on ordinance Chapter 15, zoning Article 15.02, zoning ordinance Division 13, organization and enforcement as requested by Councilmember Benny Martinez and Councilmember Betty Heil. Mr. Martinez.
I would request that we postpone this item till the February meeting, because in January, the zoning is going to have a training. They've requested 2 different dates. And one of the things I would like to bring up in that training is the possibility of, and I've looked at other cities' ordinance on zoning, they have 9 members. All their 9 members are full members of the zoning commission, and it just has to have a minimum of 5 members for a quorum. So let all 9 members vote. So why restrict them? Let everybody vote. But that's also a training facility, in my opinion. Get people involved in city politics. It's their first venture into it. But I'd like to bring this topic up at their training and get their input.
Well, so there's 2 things. So if you're directing staff, that is direction to staff, so then we need to have a council discussion. So you're either pulling the item or you're asking us to discuss it. That's not part of the training. The training isn't discussion of the ordinance. The training is parliamentary procedure and how the meetings are supposed to be ran. But the ordinance is in place already. So all the attorney is going to do is train them on the current ordinance that exists. And parliamentary procedure for that. If you want to make all the members full members, I will caution you on that. The reason you have alternates is to always ensure that you have a quorum. We already have a hard time getting people to serve on these committees. And so if you're trying to have a 10-member or a 9-member committee, you may find some difficulty in that. But that is at your discretion on whether or not you want to do that. But that is not going to be that's not part of training. So if you want to have a conversation about the ordinances and how alternates are handled, we can certainly have that discussion this evening, and then we can take that back. It would still have to go back to the zoning commission. This item is just to give us direction of whether or not the entire body believes that to be true, and then we would take that back to the zoning commission for the zoning commission to provide a recommendation on those items. And so if the council thinks that the ordinance is fine just the way it is, then we move forward and this item doesn't come up. But you would have to vote to give me direction to take that back to the zoning commission. That's all this item is providing us direction on what y'all want to do.
So what was the motion again?
There isn't a motion. He wanted to pull the item to wait till after February 15th, to the February, whatever the February meeting.
The January training is what he was talking.
Right, but to bring this item back to council in February. But what he was thinking was that he would ask during the training session that the members, the alternates, become full members. So that means your zoning commission would go to 9 members or 10 members actually for your zoning commission. And so if that's the direction of the council, which again, all I'll do is caution you, and Melinda I know just left, but she would probably caution you as well on doing that. Because it is sometimes hard to have a quorum, and your zoning commission has time constraints. Like they have to hear items in a certain amount of time. That's the whole reason we have a 5-member board with alternates, so you always have a quorum. So the alternates fill in when somebody doesn't show up for the zoning commission. This all stems from an individual that's an alternate that wants to sit in the dais and participate as a member. And the ordinance allows the chair to allow that to happen or not allow that to happen. And so that's what, we don't have to overcomplicate this. And so if that's the issue, the council can remove that provision from the chair and just not give the chair the ability to do that, and all alternates sit on the dais. That would, instead of trying to redo the whole ordinance, if that's what you want to do. I will tell you, look at how long your council meetings go though with a 6-member body essentially. If you had 10 members sitting on your zoning commission, it could be a very long zoning commission meeting. And that's what was happening. And so the previous chair, not this chair, put the alternates in the audience, and they were controlled by time constraints by coming up to the podium and asking their questions and still staying informed. That was the idea of the alternates, is for them to be fully informed on all the items so they can step in to meet the quorum. But this is coming up because of one particular individual. And so if you want to change your ordinance because of that, that is up to you. But it would still need to go to the zoning commission to make that recommendation to you.
But currently, the alternates don't sit on the dais.
Correct.
They sit in the chambers.
And they hear all the same information.
But they can ask questions.
They come up to the podium.
Or a full member.
Correct.
They just can't vote.
They just can't vote. And so what happens when they sit on the dais, and we had an issue at the beginning of the summer where alternates sat at the dais and they voted on an item when they should not have voted because they were an alternate member. And so it didn't impact that particular vote that evening, but it could. And so the chair is a new chair, and so he didn't want to, he controls the meeting. It's his responsibility to make sure the alternates that aren't supposed to vote, not vote. He made the decision to have the alternates sit in the audience. The previous chair had the same thing. We had meetings going for an extended period of time because the conversation just kept going. And so the previous chair asked the alternates to sit in the audience. A lot of times people start repeating themselves or asking questions that aren't relevant to the zoning commission topic. And so instead they would come up to the podium, ask the question, it would get addressed, and then they sit down versus being a little bit more long-winded on the dais. I don't know about this particular member, but that was the concern from the previous chair with the previous zoning commission.
I believe, Mr. Bradshaw, you had something you'd like to say.
Yeah, I would agree with Dr. Caldera on this, that if we grow the zoning commission, then you have higher chance of not having enough members to have a quorum, and then you say, well, then let's have alternates, so that it just grows and then grows and grows, and then you have the same problem. So I think it makes sense as is, and I also think that it does cause confusion when you have alternates sitting on the dais, but they're not actively. Obviously, they would sit when they're filling in as a member to make a quorum.
Right.
But if they are
extra
as an alternate, then they should participate like members of the public. That's my thoughts.
Okay, and are they restricted by time, the
So
3
not
minutes, or
necess-
can they have,
not-
I think I'd like just to be sure that we respect the alternates, and I understand about everybody being on the dais, that's a little tenuous, and unwielding, but if they could just have the time that they need to express themselves, I think.
I don't think that the chair has cut anybody
Okay,
off unless
all
they've
right, I
repeated
didn't- yeah.
themselves. I mean,
I don't usually go to the zoning commission, so I don't know.
I
Yeah.
do, but I mean, there's been occasion where people have repeated themselves, and I've heard the chair say, "Okay, you've
Okay,
already
it's-
said
yeah,
that. You've
I
already said that. We
understand
got
that.
that. Take
Yeah.
a seat. We
Okay.
got you."
Okay.
And so I know some people find that concerning, that he's controlling that portion of the meeting, but that's what the parliamentary procedure training is about.
Exactly. Okay, Mr. Martinez, did you want to add something to that?
Well, I
And
agree
we
with
have people in chambers that
I
like
would
to speak.
agree with our city manager in training. Our zoning commission is desperately needing training. Some of the members ask questions. Well, you can tell who hasn't read the packet because they ask questions. If they read the packet, the questions are already in there. Or they'll ask questions are completely irrelevant to the subject. The requirements for the zoning, there's specific requirements. And the question is, does this application meet this requirement? And not anything over here. Let's keep it to the topic. And that's where training comes in. But the other city ordinances that have 9 members, they dictate that a quorum is 4 members or 5 members, and so everybody is a full member of the zoning commission, and we can set that it takes 4 members to have a quorum.
The minimum has to be 5
Okay.
for the law, for the state law.
Okay, or 5 members, and we always have alternates here, but that just gives them, I think, more of a feeling that they're involved instead of kind of second-class zoning members. Just gives them equal status. And, I view the boards and commissions are a great way for people to get their first exposure to city government. And, that's why I encourage people to be on different committees, and I wish we would still have a couple of committees we've done away with, but
Okay.
it's training.
All right. Thank you. Training is really important to you. I understand that. Mr. Campos, you're next.
I've been on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I was there when we had the alternates, and the alternates didn't sit up here when they were not a voting member for that evening. I never found it to be offensive for those that aren't voting to be in the audience. But and so I agree with your recommendation that we keep it as simple as possible.
Okay, and that you agree with the city manager's
Correct.
recommendation? Okay.
Yes.
I know you just, I just want to be sure. Okay, very good. Anyone else on the dais have anything else to say before I ask Ms. Chason? And I believe Mr. Power wants to weigh in as well. Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you, Tina Jason, Forest Oaks. If I attended that particular meeting, as I usually do, and the person that got up and had a deference to the minutes, if I'm not mistaken, and what I believe he was asking for was to be recognized in the minutes.
Correct.
As an alternate,
sure,
as opposed to just John Q. Public.
Okay.
So there was two incidences. So the meeting before, one of the alternates, same individual, wanted to sit on the dais. The second time was being labeled in the minutes, but I think there was some confusion because I think that the chair thought that he wanted to sit on the dais, not the minutes, and so that was the miscommunication, and that's what started and so we fixed the minutes. He should be labeled as an alternate commission member in the minutes. That's straight away. The question that's left and whether or not the council wants me to take that back to the zoning commission to get their recommendation and bring that back as an ordinance change is whether or not the alternate should participate as part of the body is the outstanding item.
Okay, I was an alternate on planning and zoning at one point, and I think it was my second meeting that I attended, I was called up on the dais to participate as a voting member. And when I was asked something, I said, well, I made myself familiar with the topics that were going to be presented, but I'm new to this in the parliamentary procedural part of it as far as it pertains to the zoning commission, and to please forgive me if I made any faux pas. And of course, they were generous enough to say, we've all been there and you'll learn as we did. So yes, I agree that it should be kept to a minimum. It used to be that they were up there way back when. But I can see if the chairs could be arranged so that they were over there as opposed to in the public arena, the seats back here. That might make a difference because then they might feel part of it and be able to feel more empowered to ask the questions, even though they don't get recognized to vote. And that way it would clear up anything with the chairperson.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts.
That's a compromise.
Well, they can sit in the front row. I mean, they can, which they do. They sit in the front row. It's more of what y'all. It's not I don't have a dog in this fight. It's kind of one of those issues. But if you would like me to take it back to the zoning commission and make the recommendation, we would certainly do that. If not, then I'm not hearing that up here. If not, then we can move on. And this item.
I really think this is silly. We're beating this to death. Somebody's feelings got hurt that they didn't get called out in the minutes as an alternate. Their pride got hurt. It's ridiculous. And if you look at the org chart of the city, the top of the org chart is the citizens. So when you say, oh, they don't want to be in the general citizenry, you should be proud to be a citizen of Leon Valley, and you should get input, and you should be able to give your share. I think I've been to several planning and zoning meetings, especially when there's contentious subjects, and I don't appreciate the back and forth, the person getting up and down 15 times. To me, study the subject before the meeting, come up, give your input just like everybody else, and that's all you need to do. And then make the decision. As Councilor Martinez said, these are the facts. Does the application meet the criteria? That's all. I've been at some seriously silly meetings where they're like, well, what color are you going to paint the building? That doesn't matter. It's not up to planning and zoning. So I think this is all much ado about nothing, and we shouldn't change it.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mersch, she's on the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. Good evening, Beth Mersch, and welcome. So glad you're here.
I'm Beth Mersch from Seneca. A couple of the issues I think have been adequately described. I think one was the discrepancy in the minutes, because in the same set of minutes, the alternates were described as the public and non-voting members, and that was very confusing. I think the other, another issue that was raised was that we have to wait until we're recognized as for public comment, and that's a very short time. And if there's a question or something, we're supposed to be up to date on the information in case we need to be called up to the dais. But sometimes it's hard when you're not recognized to ask the question when you have the question to be asked. I think that's a frustration, just a frustration. I think the other issue that was raised is that sometimes with the overheads or the PowerPoints, it's very difficult to see anything on that screen with the lights on and everything else. And it was the advantage of seeing the terminal there while you're at the dais that you can ask more specific questions or see more detail than even in the packet or on the overhead. So I think I don't think there's any need to make everybody a full voting member. I don't think that was ever even raised. I think it's acknowledging the role of the alternate and kind of not clumping them in with public comment, because you have to wait to, get to that section of the program. And I will say sometimes that section of public comment is very brief, and usually the only public that's there is the alternates trying to ask a question. So it's frustrating, it's a little confusing. I definitely agree that we need the training for sure, and we've asked for that since the get-go.
So just to respond to that, that is part of the parliamentary procedure thing that should be fixed with that. And so the alternate should be able to come up during
so,
that
too.
item. Well, that's just part of regular parliamentary procedure.
Because they're a
And so
member,
that's
they're a member of the zoning commission,
And so-
even though they're an alternate.
Correct.
Yeah.
But so the only difference here is they don't sit, like, I mean,
Right.
we're kind of, I mean, again, beating kind of a dead horse here. They're just not sitting on the dais, but they should be able to come up and ask the question. I try really hard not to intervene in the zoning commission, and that's one of the reasons I'm having the attorney come in and do a training to talk about how things should flow. And so that should address their concerns. Now, as far as seeing the screen, they do get printed out colored copies of the maps. It is online. You can look at it at home prior to coming to the meeting. As far as the screens go, and then maybe we just need to make sure we're dimming the lights here in order for you to see the projector. This will be hopefully changed out in the upcoming year. We're going to have actually some TV screens back here instead of an actual overhead projector to make the viewing a little bit better. But that's part of the training, is to talk about when y'all get up and speak or when you ask your question. That's going to be discussed during the training portion.
I mean, we could have just 3 chairs designated, alternate 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. Just gives them a place to sit. Every zoning
Yeah,
commission
I mean,
gives them respect.
most of the again, this hasn't been an issue
Yeah,
for
I
20
know.
years.
I know,
And
but I mean,
so,
just
but yes, you can
correct
certainly
it.
have 3 chairs designated,
Yeah.
off to the side if you want to. I mean, that's
Know about off to the side,
Well,
but yeah.
over here,
Yeah.
whatever you would like to do.
Okay. All right. Mr. Martinez,
No,
you
if we
brought
do
this
something
to Ms.
like that,
Howell?
to have the 3 chairs for them, at least it'll make them feel like they're part of the zoning commission. And that's all I wanted to do is, make the new alternates feel like they're part.
So I
So
don't know if
let's-
there's anything you need to take back.
So I
the
don't need to
zoning
really
commission.
take anything back. Let me try to work this with the attorney and have them, come up during their time that they're supposed to speak, ask the questions they want.
And I think they should come up first before the general public.
And so, yeah, I mean, should
They do.
So it
Because
should,
they are a member of the committee.
and so that is part of parliamentary procedure, and that's what they needed to be trained on, and who speaks when and for how long, and so that's part of those conversations.
Well, Mayor,
That's great.
we've
Yes.
discussed this long enough, and we've had a consensus from the council. Let's move on to the next item.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you so much for the dialogue. I think we've just clarified some stuff here. Agenda item 10.4, presentation discussion on amending ordinance on Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Section 1.06.003, Citizens of Police Advisory Committee. This is the first read required by our charter. So just a reminder, no vote, but we can decide whether to put it on the consent agenda on December 17th. So Dr. Caldera?
This is really just.
Yes, it's very
this is-
quick.
Yes, this is just a housekeeping
Uh-huh.
item. Essentially, they, in the original ordinance, the Police Advisory Committee had a secretary that would take minutes. We're finding that to be a little bit cumbersome for the committee, and so the staff will take over that role. So we are deleting a secretary from the committee, so they will only have a chair and a vice chair. And then there was a typo on section F that I fixed that said 30 and 50, and so it's supposed to be 50%.
50% quorum.
And
Yeah.
for the quorum.
Okay.
And so we did just fix that typo. So those are the only changes, really housekeeping items. But it is an ordinance and it is an amended ordinance, so it is a first read.
Okay, so very good. So is
And-
it amenable to put it on the consent agenda for the 17th of December?
please.
All right, very good. Thank you. Then we move then to agenda item 10.5, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing budget adjustments for the FY 24-25 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $28,790. This is the remaining amount of the $40,000 allocated in the FY 23-24 budget for the purpose of increasing the city manager and council department budget to provide funding for Haven for Hope Street Outreach Agreement. And again, first read, no vote tonight, but we will decide if we want to place it in the consent agenda on December 17th. And so, we've got Carol. I looked up and I thought it was going to be Dr. Caldera.
Good
Hi,
evening,
Carol.
Mayor.
How are you?
Hi. Good, good. Good evening,
Welcome.
Council.
We're so glad you're here. So if you'll continue.
Just to give
She's
you
our
a-
finance director, by the way. Okay.
Just to give you a quick background, this agenda item was approved back in March 19. It was approved for the $40,000. Now we changed fiscal years, and because of that, we came back for a budget adjustment for the difference. So that's basically what we're doing.
Okay, that sounds good. But we'll just continue to apply it to the program this
Until we
fiscal
ran
year.
out for the
Okay,
40,000, which
very
is the
good.
agreement.
Yes, Councilor Martinez.
This is the same amount that we discussed earlier when Haven for Hope was here. So to me, it's a non-issue, and I favor
put it in the
bring it to
consent
the
agenda.
consent agenda.
Yes, we'll put it in the consent agenda. Okay.
I want to mention with what
Yes.
you said, they have 26,731 because they are including the last invoice that belongs to fiscal year 25. For this budget adjustment, we did not include it because we need the full amount.
Okay.
So that's the only difference
That's the
between
only difference.
the 28,000 that I'm presenting and the 26,000 that they present.
Okay, all right. Very good, because he applied it to the 25 budget, and
Yeah,
this
he
is all
already
24.
has that invoice in there.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. So the consensus is to put it in the consent agenda on December 17th, which means we'll just approve it. Okay, very good. Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right. Agenda item 10.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the town hall meeting agenda scheduled for January 25th, 2025. And we have Dr. Caldera again here to present. Dr. Caldera?
So I included
You've given us a draft agenda.
Yes, and so
Yeah,
he's
I
trying to
saw
get it
that.
up on the city website right now. But essentially, it's it's our regular welcome, and I do an quick annual update, annual report that y'all will get hopefully by either the next council meeting. It is emergency preparedness. The big topic or the big conversation is really on the water.
Well, we had emergency preparedness last.
Right.
So I don't know if we need it again this year. I'm more interested, since I went to that emergency management seminar for 3 hours in September, I'd like to, I want our citizens to know that it's really important to have an emergency kit ready to go whenever there's and my husband
So maybe
was-
we can do a flyer instead of an actual
I
presentation?
know, my husband was saying, well, Chris, what emergency are you worried about? And I'm like, flooding, tornado, I just don't, and he's right. I mean, but I don't know, with the weather being so crazy, we don't know. We just don't know.
You don't know, and it's always make sure, you have, a flash, like the means, flashlight, first aid kit,
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
So, yeah, I think we can do this outside of the town hall. I mean, and I've got something that I think, I remember when Luis Valdez was here, we actually had something at the, do y'all remember that? At the fire department, and we came together and we went through what all needs to go into this emergency kit. Now, do I have one? No. I mean, but do I know what goes in it? Yes. I mean, and so, your medicine, your flashlight, food, water, clothes. I mean, really, I think also we experienced the last emergency that I remember we really experienced was that Winter Storm Uri, where we were freezing, and a lot of our citizens didn't have electricity. So, I don't know, but I'm a worrywart, and I just want everybody to be safe, and so I don't know. Okay. Silence is golden. Okay. What do y'all think? I mean, do y'all think we should go ahead and go forth with it, or can we just address it outside of the town hall? I mean, I know I tell you, the water is huge, but so is the Leon Valley priorities and future needs, and we need to finish the goals and objectives, and I hope that we're going to be able, Dr. Caldera, to have, use our phones and get people's input right then and there like we normally do. Because, what our priorities are, and we've already told you what our priority, but we need to hear from our citizens. That's who we represent. And what do you think the priorities are, and where should we focus our money and
So just
attention?
like the trash survey last year, we'll set up some slides in order for people to kind of vote on the priorities and the direction of where we need to go. On the infrastructure one, the goals and objectives is really just input from the audience. I may figure out a way to kind of maybe do like a think cloud or something. I just haven't mulled that over, but to kind of get their input on where they want to go with the goals and objectives. Y'all have already voted on the vision and mission statement. We spent a lot of time on that, so I'm not going back to that. This is just focusing on the goals and objectives, but I do have a feeling that's going to be, I designated roughly 30 minutes for that, but I do think that that's going to be a longer item to discuss. And then
goals and objectives, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We
need to at least list the mission and the vision so people know
list them.
that.
I just don't want.
I know you don't want to regurgitate it because we did spend a lot of time on
But
it.
the goals and objectives, I only gave 30 minutes for that item, and so that actually may be an hour-long item. I don't know if the council wants to go till 1 o'clock instead of, or 12:30 instead of, to extend that. I do think that the priorities is probably going to be an hour, and I do think the conversation on water is probably going to be an hour, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
If maybe y'all don't want to put it in time, that's completely up to you. But if you remove emergency preparedness, I think I only allocated 30 minutes for that one. So you
Mm-hmm.
could technically make the goals and objectives an hour for priorities and future needs, and an hour for infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Or 45 minutes maybe for goals and objectives.
I have some people pretty passionate. I don't know if they'll be there about our goals and objectives. And so, but again, that's.
Yeah, we could be flexible. Maybe not an end time. So if we go past.
Yeah, we normally.
And people, I tell you what, if they have something else to do, they're going to get up and leave.
Yeah.
We understand that.
We normally put an estimated start time. That was a recommendation from the council a few years ago, because some people just want to come for one specific item. They don't want to be there for the whole thing.
Exactly.
So we started putting an estimated start time on items. So we try to adhere to that on that Saturday as close as we can. We do go over sometimes, but.
Okay, and I'm assuming that, we haven't had a moderator in many years. We're not going to do that again. We'll just handle it ourselves. Is that agreeable to the council? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that as well. So, Councilor Orozco and then Councilor Campos. Go ahead.
I just want to get your professional opinion on this. Would it be possible to get an update on the properties that are sold, the houses that are being built? Where do they stand? I know it's they may open up a can of worms, but
we can put an update on. You're only sold one property. We've got the money. The other portion's in a trust. I can give you all that update. I don't know if I can probably do it in my
city manager's report.
In my city manager's report, I may have to extend it a little while. But I can certainly, because I don't know how many houses yet. We don't have plans yet. This property hasn't switched hands yet. There's a lot that goes on before that, and so we have the PDD that y'all adopted, but we don't have the plans on who's building the PDD yet. Mm-hmm. And so all you have is a PDD that we've presented a multitude of times.
And I would think that over the Christmas holidays, there's not going to be too much
We
activity,
normally don't.
So.
Mr. Shahadi may surprise me and we may start getting stuff in, but as of right now, I don't have a builder. They haven't submitted plans for that property yet.
All right, so I hear
But
what
I
you
can-
say,
I
that
can
if you
add it
have
to
it,
my
you'll add
update.
it, and if you don't have it, you won't add it.
I can
Is that
add
right?
whatever, I can do an update to the Seneca. I can take off the emergency preparedness and maybe allocate 15 minutes to the Seneca West thing, if that's, or all of them. I don't know if y'all want to update on Century Communities and Trilogy. They weren't
and
properties the city
Do
owned.
the rest of the council, are y'all in agreement to that?
Yeah, I can give us a Reader's Digest version of it.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
we can certainly
Okay.
do that. I
All
can
right,
do a
so we'll
15
add
minute-
that,
I can do a
15 minutes.
15-minute presentation and take off emergency preparedness and add those 15 minutes to goals and objectives, if that's okay with y'all.
Okay. All right, Counselor Campos.
I would like for everyone to consider maybe rearranging the order where we have the goals and objectives maybe at the end,
Okay.
because it's really important about the future needs and the
water.
Water.
My thought process, and I'm willing to do whatever y'all want, my thought process of putting water at the end was more so, I think, and recommending maybe not putting an end time, is I don't want to cut off the water discussion if it goes on. Like, I want to make sure the council hears from everybody, we get everybody's opinion on the water. I want, I think that's going to be a good sounding board on what y'all are going to do next when it comes to water rates and your water infrastructure. And so that was my only reason of putting it at the end, so the conversation, if it needed to go past the hour, it certainly could. But again, if y'all want to put it first, if you want to put the needs, I'm open to that too, but that was just my thought.
I think the priorities and future needs should go first.
Okay.
Don't y'all? What do you think?
I do. And
Don't you
the
think?
future needs,
Yeah.
is that the sewer?
So no, future
No,
needs
that's
was the
the
presentation,
pool and
everything that
all
was
the
outside of
infrastructure.
water.
Mhm.
I mean, I put a bullet in there about the water, but these are everything that would come out of any other fund but the enterprise fund. And that's why the water one is completely separate, but they should go together. So if you're gonna move priorities up, the very next topic should be the water, because that's the last bullet point in that priorities kind of conversation. I put in there $40 million in water and needs, and we know it's more than that now, with all the numbers that have come in since then.
So is this, it's
It's
should,
the presentation I gave at the meeting that went over the pools, the community and conference center restrooms, future ambulance coming, radios, all the stuff that will be
Library
coming.
annex.
Library annex, all the stuff that is on, not, and so people,
Over
somebody thought it was my,
$100,000.
somebody thought it was my recommendations. They're not my recommendations. They were stuff brought up by the council as future budgeted items, and so I just put them all in one PowerPoint so you can look at it collectively instead of looking at it individualistically, and that's, I think, causing some spending blindness sometimes when you look at things one-sided. When you see it all together, you can really truly see your needs. And so I think that's kind of what the council's been missing over the last few years, is kind of looking at a cohesive document. But in that document, I do put in water infrastructure needs, and at the time it was $40 million price tag. So it would lead into your water infrastructure and water rates conversation.
so is it possible to, on G, where you have on water infrastructure, to add water and sewer infrastructure?
Oh, it should be. It should be
Okay,
water.
because that's what was confusing me.
Sorry, it
That
should
it didn't, it was just our water.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's water and sewer.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And are you also going to address how we're going to pay for this?
Yes. So in that PowerPoint presentation, Melinda, we're going to address the $10 million bond that we've been discussing,
Okay.
or $10 million grant and the grant options. We're trying to see if Ardura can be there that evening so we can answer questions. We're going to do the whole dog and pony show. We're going to bring the piping. We're going to bring sink clamps. Melinda's going to give you all the information that y'all heard. She's going to give a somewhat condensed version of that at the town hall meeting.
Okay. All right, so we'll put the priorities first and then the water second, and just, maybe set aside an hour and a half for the water and sewer, and then the goals and objectives. Those are just the three things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then citizens to be heard. Without an end time, though. Let's not do an end time. And then if we go over, then we go over. But usually we're done by 12:30. We're always surprised.
Yeah, we normally.
Yeah, we're usually done about 12:30. Okay. The reason why this is important is because we need to send out our postcards
Yeah, we do
over
it
the
with
holidays.
postcard, and
Yeah,
we try to do a robocall.
to get people there. So, and we always have a fairly good turnout at our town hall meeting. So, okay. Anything else? Anything else from our members of our chambers tonight? In our chambers? Yes, Miss Chasen. That's why you're here, because you care. Not that anybody else doesn't, but you know.
I know, but 50,
yeah, you know.
53, 54 years of living here, yes, I care.
Right.
No, I was just wondering, can the word also be put out on the marquees, the rolling marquees? It'll be everywhere, so people have no excuse for not knowing.
Well, I
that
think
it's
this
gonna
is
be
our
there.
14th or 15th annual town hall meeting that's always been on the last Saturday of January.
But people don't
forever.
remember
I
that.
know.
But yes, it'll be
Yeah,
on the marquee.
exactly.
We'll put it on the e-news. I think we got it in the last Lions Roar. I mean, but we do a postcard. The postcard gets mailed out to everybody. But in order to get the postcard designed and out on time, I just needed y'all to solidify this.
Okay, yes, Mr.
Don't-
Martinez, I'm sorry.
Don't forget the sign by the liquor store, and then the new sign that, by the Shell gas station, or whatever it is now. You know, they said we have free advertising on there.
Yeah. Okay, very good. All right. Anyone else? Oh, yes, Ms. Mersch. Welcome back.
Beth Mersch, Seneca. I just want to kind of say I agree with taking off the emergency preparedness from the town hall meeting, but I think there's a couple other avenues that you can put that kind of stuff in, whether it's the e-news or the Lions Roar or whatever. I definitely encourage a printed copy, especially if you have a list of suggested things, because I think
Yeah.
that's a good way to do it.
Maybe we get you an insert in
Well,
the.
I'm thinking maybe we can do it for the town, like have it available at
Yeah.
the town.
Have it as a
Okay.
handout or something.
I know I've got
yeah.
some stuff on my icebox at home, so I'll take it off. Yeah.
Last year, the year before.
Yeah. Okay.
We gave y'all
Yeah.
some, but
And I also agree with Councilor Orozco's suggestion that I think people want to get an update on all of the new subdivisions and building. And even though in your mind it hasn't gone anywhere, a lot of people aren't even up to date on what's happened so far and what's going on. There's still a lot of people that go, you know, hey, they bulldozed all the trees down and they're putting up a fence and, you know, that kind of stuff. But I think that that's a really hot topic, and I think it has to be addressed. And maybe in even a little bit more than just a bullet point in your report, because it is going to stir up some, you
Okay.
know, interest.
Very good. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All righty. So this is it then. This is our agenda.
So I'll go ahead and add the Seneca West, or I'll add
Did you
Leon
want
Valley
you
Development.
want us to have a motion and a
If
vote
y'all-
on
if-
this?
I mean, if y'all want
What do
to,
y'all
I mean, I will
think?
have. I mean, you can if you want to.
Well, I'll entertain a motion if y'all want, or if not, you can just say what we discussed.
I'd just say direction to add a item to update on the housing.
Housing developments, and to make sure I add sewer. That was just some
Okay.
oversight on my
All
part.
right. Okay, sounds
And
good.
then rearrange the order as per
And
the
rearrange.
discussion.
Okay, so no vote, but you've got the direction. Okay, that sounds good. All right, thank y'all. And then we're going to 11. Is there any of the counselors that would like to add a future agenda item?
I just want to say I may miss the town hall because I might be at the National Football Championship game. My team might go.
No fair, no fair. Okay. Is that Arizona State? Is that
Arizona
right?
State.
Arizona State?
That's right.
Okay. All right, well, you're giving us warning. Okay. Anything else? All right. So if there's no further objections or input, we move to adjourn at 8:04 without objection. And we'll see you all on Tuesday, December 17th. Y'all take care. Be safe.
Ha, ha.
that people might know them, or?
So a combination of both. So a lot of it, you're going to take influencers, and a lot of them are being
And when the city or the police out encampments and stuff, they just, lay low for a little while and go back, which is kind of what I've seen in, on the Bevers, really.
Most of the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's where, like, when
You want to find out of it. That's all right. I like it. Chicken, I have chocolate milk and wine.
In the carts and,
And that's one of the things that our goal is always which we believe in them too.
In a different way.
Correct. It's more of an innate.
So, and what is the relationship between homelessness and the people that stand on the corner with the sign and, I need money for my kids or, whatever it is?
So I would dare to say about 75% of all of those and this.
All right, I'll see you. Have a good night.
See you guys. See you later. Happy birthday. Thank you, sir. Enjoy.
You see.
Oh, I will. I will.
Can I ask you something real quick?
So I
see you guys. Hello, Miss Jason.
That's not what I want.
versus like I didn't really
I never Emerald camp, but
there are the rare few that really do need this support, and again, that's where it's
I also want to say I donate to Haven for Hope. I think it's easy to do.
It's easy, but
Well, and I will tell you, I kind of divide my donations. Go to, and housing for some people.
Yeah, so Haven does a move up here for everyone. That's why we like it. My own family is like, I get to do well.
That's please don't ever give anything.
Good, don't get me wrong, they do some good, they do some training, and they do some education. I'm even here for hope.
But helps people in need. I mean, they have it through the store, but then they also give to people fire, and, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right?
I'm with
so,
you.
So it's like, why aren't you doing that? Like, give to the community, please. Like, there's so many programs that.
Okay. Yeah, St. Vincent de Paul. I mean, yeah.
St. Vincent is part of the kitchen.
Yeah. I really appreciated hearing about all this because I always wonder, and y'all are doing great work. Thank you for all the information. We're glad to have you here.
I appreciate it. We got to pick up that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Don't stop by and see us when you're.
You'll move right on, man.
Yeah.
I don't care. We have.
I get it. No, don't get any ideas. I'll start tracking your mileage on your truck. Yeah. Yeah.
He's into kung fu. Always teach. Their business cards. Oh, no. Should have one. Give y'all official name.
My 10th year doing it.
Last two. Tell me you're going to do exactly what, I was going to say, take a picture of it, save it, throw the card away. I did.
I mean, not everybody stays, you know. Night is over with, out the door, you know. So, but we thank you so much for that.
Sounds good.
Uncle and nephew. Okay. All right.
I'm not sure on the
Wait a
relationship.
minute.
I'm not-
Stop.
No, I
He's
don't.
like- he's like,
It's my brother's son,
That is your nephew.
nephew.
Yes, nephew, exactly. Okay, well, ooh, that's cool. All right, great.
There you
They
go.
keep good care of me, I tell you. They don't want any boogeyman to jump out of the bushes.
No.
He's so sweet.
You just
All
never
right.
know.
Thank
Well,
you
have a
again.
happy holiday,
Thank
and
you
we
all.
will see you
Appreciate
again
it. All right,
shortly.
and we'll be, I hope to get a good response from our city as far as donating of items.
Let me know. We have the team come by and pick it up.
That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
We can, I almost said it, but I was like,
I know,
you
but
know what I mean?
our law office is downtown on Lexington, so I mean,
Okay.
I go by on the upper level, Haven Thropeway, right there.
Well, but they're here every day too.
Yes,
so you don't have to
exactly.
lug it
All
in,
right.
They can
Super.
come.
Members, and I can't wait to report.
Again,
Absolutely.
we're always here. If they
Not for next. I don't have
If
to
they
know
fall
that.
asleep while they're drinking iced tea.
Right, I agree. I don't have to know that.
I know,
Right?
but they're, if they need anything, they're welcome down there.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you.